In this rivalry, stranger things have happened before.
One out, last of the ninth. Blanca throws. There's a long pass.
A line drive to center. This could be it. Mays waiting. He's got it. The Giants bring the pennant. The Giants have won it, and here's his mouth by the Giants. They won it 6-4 on a dramatic 4-run rally in the ninth.
And he hits one high to deep left field and deep. Hollingsworth is back at the wall. It is out of here, and this one is over. And the National League West is tied.
It happened against the Dodgers, and it could be deja vu all over again. All they have to do is... It's good to be back home. We're at AT&T Park as we get ready for Giants baseball. Dodgers, Giants, game one of this 4-game series. And everybody, I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is Mike Krukow. Well, the Giants know what they have to do. They just got to win the remaining games on the schedule. And they'll start out tonight with Jake Peavy on the mound facing Zach Greinke. This is a really fun matchup. And Peavy, we'll see if he's up to the task.
Well, he wants the ball, and it starts with that. Lifetime, his history against L.A. is outstanding. You would say that favors Jake Peavy, but you got to take on a guy, Zach Greinke, who's got an ERA coming into late September at 1.65. So, bottom line, you need to bring some game in if you're Peavy. The Giants need to take of opportunity when they get it, and you have to play great defense. Whoever plays the best D is going to win this game.
And the Giants are going to start a rookie. That's Jared Parker. He will be in left field. Should be fun tonight. Stay tuned. We'll take you to our Comcast Sportsnet studios for an update, and we'll do that right after this. CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Tasty home-style ranch chicken club today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
It is here, the much-anticipated 4-game series between your Giants and the Dodgers. San Francisco well aware of what's on the line. They have to sweep to stay alive in the National League West. Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Amy Gutierrez. I think it's fair to say this group of Giants knows how to deal with pressure situations. A lot of teams in Giants history have come through in the clutch. In fact, on this date in Giants history, 1987, San Francisco 1 out away from clinching their first NL West title in 16 years. Don Robinson was on the hill. Ron Fairley on the mic. It's our McDonald's True Stories.
The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball to left field. Back goes Leonard. He's at the track. He makes the catch, and the Giants have won the Western Division. And on the field go the Giants. And the Giants are the champs.
Saw a familiar face in there in Mike Krukow. A little more on Don Robinson. He had a heck of a day that day. Pitched 5 innings in relief to get the win, and he hit the go-ahead home run. All right, are you ready to rumble? Zach Greinke is going up against Jake Peavy. We've got lineups. First pitch, we've got Croup and Type. It's going to be a good one. Stay with us.
Baseball on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Tasty home-style ranch chicken club today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
It is here, the much-anticipated 4-game series between your Giants and the Dodgers. San Francisco well aware of what's on the line. They have to sweep to stay alive in the National League West. Welcome back to the broadcast. I'm Amy Gutierrez. I think it's fair to say this group of Giants knows how to deal with pressure situations. A lot of teams in Giants history have come through in the clutch. In fact, on this date in Giants history, 1987, San Francisco 1 out away from clinching their first NL West title in 16 years. Don Robinson was on the hill. Ron Fairley on the mic. It's our McDonald's True Stories.
The 1-1 pitch. Swung on, fly ball to left field. Back goes Leonard. He's at the track. He makes the catch, and the Giants have won the Western Division. And on the field go the Giants. And the Giants are the champs.
Saw a familiar face in there in Mike Krukow. A little more on Don Robinson. He had a heck of a day that day. Pitched 5 innings in relief to get the win, and he hit the go-ahead home run. All right, are you ready to rumble? Zach Greinke is going up against Jake Peavy. We've got lineups. First pitch, we've got Croup and Pipe. It's going to be a good one. Stay with us.
Park as we get ready for Giants-Dodgers baseball. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 63 degrees here at the yard. Winds at 11 miles per hour. Humidity is high, and it is mostly cloudy. The lineup that Jake Peavy is going to face will look like this. It'll be Crawford, the rookie, Seager, and then Adrian Gonzalez. You see the number of career home runs he has against the Giants. Turner, the cleanup hitter, then it's Ethier, Utley, and Grandal. The local kid, Jock Peterson, he is going to hit 8th, and pitching and batting 9th is a guy who's having a great year, and that's Zach Greinke.
Jake Peavy on the hill tonight for the Giants. The 34-year-old right-hander, 6'1", 180-pounder. He's in his 14th year at the big league level. 2007 National League Cy Young Award winner, 3-time All-Star. And what has he done against the Dodgers lifetime? 14-3 with a 2.42 ERA. That is street cred in the National League. 17 starts this year, 7-6 with a 3.83 ERA. 72 strikeouts against 23 walks. Really has thrown beautiful baseball since he's come off the disabled list. When he's right, you're going to see a low 3/4 release. He'll sink and cut the fastball. He's got a curveball, a changeup, a slider, and you'll see a lot of ground balls. When he needs to strike out, if the situation calls for it, that's when he pitches for it, and he can get that as well. take a look at the defense playing behind Peavy tonight for the Giants. Starting in their outfield from left to right. It's going to be Parker, Pagan, and Bird. Parker has the best arm in the outfield. Crawford and Duffy will be on the left side of the infield. Tomlinson and Posey on the right side. And Trevor Brown, the rook, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Spanish audio for this game is available through your SAP button, and it's presented by Jack Daniels. So here we go. The Giants are coming off of 2 straight wins. They took 2 out of 3 in Oakland, and the Dodgers got swept. It's been a long time since that happened. They got swept in Colorado. So here's Carl Crawford. He's going to lead things off. And the first pitch of the ball game is on its way, and it's right down the pipe. So we get started as always right on time. Crawford at 274, 4 home runs, 16 driven in. He fouls that fastball back, and it's 0-2.
90-mile-an-hour 2-seam challenge from Peavy. Great zone tonight for pitchers. Paul Nauer, the plate umpire's got a big zone.
Good. I'm ready for that.
Well, you got it.
See the rest of the umpires. Demuth, Estabrook, Hickox, first to third. Oh, 2 pitch. Here it is to Crawford. And Crawford on the ground to Crawford. And Crawford throws out Crawford.
Well said. Jake Peavy, you're going to see something hard coming at you about 79% of the time between the fastball and the cutter. They're both high velocity pitches. And then it's a curveball, changeup, slider, whatever's working. And just depending on the swing type, he'll throw movement to stay away from that swing type. But he's not afraid to throw anything at you at any count.
Giants get their first look at Corey Seager, and he fouls it out of play. He's highly touted, and he has been for a couple of years coming out of the Dodger organization. Rollins is okay to play, but when he wasn't, it was Seager who played a lot at short. He takes a strike. He's got 3 home runs. He's got 13 driven in. See the 2012 draft. Look at Gray, Russell, and Seager. Wow.
3 pretty good shortstops right there. Now whether they'll wind up being shortstops, who knows? But really, 3 can't miss big leaguers.
Well, the one that certainly should, and that's Russell. He's built like a shortstop. The other 2 are very large shortstops, which obviously didn't hurt Cal Ripken Jr. Foul back. Nice level swing.
Doesn't have a lot of backload either. He's pretty quick to the ball. Wraps his hands a little bit like Brandon Belt. And you see Adrian Gonzalez, the first baseman, on deck.
He had 18 home runs and 76 driven in between Tulsa and Oklahoma City. That's AA and AAA. And oh, by the way, he hit 293, 37 doubles. So there's a reason why he's here. He earned it. 1-2. Got him.
Hard slider, and this has been really one of his keys to his success his last month and a half. Is the hard slider has been hard. Been a good quick break. He's getting a lot of swing and misses with it. This thing just explodes down and in.
Kind of a late breaker too.
Well, that's the beauty of the pitch. Early in the year, before he was really 100% healthy, that pitch had a roll in it. Didn't have snap.
Once teammates, now adversaries. Gonzalez, Peavy. Down low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, you play long enough, it's going to happen to everybody.
No overshift, but everybody playing Gonzalez to pull. He's 5 for 20 against Peavy. 3 of the 5 home runs have left the park. Bounces this one to Posey, foul. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike.
You see the numbers lifetime from Gonzalez against Peavy. 5 hits, 3 home runs, and you have to respect that if you're pitching against it. I'd like to know how many of those home runs are in 2-strike situations.
Now it's at Posey, and that's going to end the inning. Peavy, 2 ground balls and a strikeout, and Pagan's going to lead things off. The lineup that Bruce Bochy will bring out. It'll be Pagan, Parker, and Duffy. Buster Posey, numbers against the Dodgers this year very good, followed by Crawford, Bird, and Tomlinson. Trevor Brown, he is going to hit 8th, and then Peavy 9th.
On the hill tonight for the Dodgers will be the right-hander Zach Greinke, 6 feet tall, 195-pounder. For Greinke, he's 31 years of age. He's an 11-year veteran at the big league level, and this is where he ranks this year. Wins second, quality starts first, ERA first, whip first. Opponent's batting average, they're hitting 189 against him on the air. He's second in the league. I can't imagine he's better than that. 6th in innings pitched and 11th in strikeouts. That's all he's done this year. You're going to see a low to mid-90s fastball depending on situation and grip. He's got a cut fastball. It's very good. One of the best sliders in all of baseball. A curveball and a changeup, and he'll throw anything, anytime, and he can corner paint with all of those pitches. Other than that, he's pretty average.
So here's Pagan. Pagan hitting at 265, 3 home runs, 36 driven in, and there's a called strike. So easy 92.
Yeah, he doesn't max out, but he'll cruise at 90-92 early in the count. But when he gets you into a 2-strike count, that's when you'll see 94 or 95.
Out of play, so it's now 0-2.
Let's check out the Dodgers defensively, starting in the outfield from left to right. Going to be Crawford, Peterson, and Ethier. Seager and Turner on the left side of the infield. Utley and Gonzalez on the right side. Yasmani Grandal, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs.
Got him.
And that's that add-on velocity at 94 and knee-high outside corner. That's what he does. He throws darts with it. And they'll stretch that target, and he will put it right between the knees. And as we mentioned, Paul Mallard has a pretty good-sized zone.
So here's Parker. Parker with video game numbers. No balls and 1 strike. On deck, Matt Duffy, 299. That's Duffy. 400 for Parker. 6 home runs, 12 driven in. So consistent in almost every start for Greinke.
Well, that's the amazing thing about his year, the consistency. I mean, an ERA of 1.65. That's remarkable.
Parker pops this one back and out of play.
A little reach back velocity there at 94. I mean, everybody in baseball knows what Parker has done. And Greinke no exception. And there isn't a guy who's been in the league 10 years or more that doesn't want to cool down a hot rookie. It's like a little extra in going into a ball game.
Two balls, two strikes.
What Greinke throws, a fastball with 2s and 4s. That's the grips that he put in, 2 seams and 4 seams. And then the changeup, slider, curveball. It just, I mean, they're all good. It's like, which one does he want to strike you out with? They're all swing and miss pitches.
3-2.
Talk about the consistency. Look at the April ERA, 1.93, 1.05, 1.74, 0.95 in July. He really went into a slump and had a 2.45 ERA in August and 1.91 in September.
Parker stays alive. Hey, look who's back. Yes.
Good to see Tim Lincecum back.
Saw him in the clubhouse. Great spirits. Look at home. Let's put it that way. Parker got him. Here's our Geico quote on Matt Duffy on no margin for error. The way to go about it is one step at a time, though we already know we have to sweep them. So here's Duffy.
You can't win the 7th one until you win the first one. You just have to go pitch by pitch, at bat by at bat.
Curveball. Duffy 1 for 4 lifetime. Fouls this one out of play. 1 ball and 1 strike. Buster Posey to follow. We're just underway. In tight.
A lot of movement on the corners and they just fall out of the strike zone.
Out of play.
Just doesn't give you a lot to hit. If you see 3 fastballs in an at bat, you're going to see 2 different types of movement, 3 different types of location. I mean, it's just what he can do, and it really has a true understanding of his own stuff and how to apply it to certain swing types.
Duffy taps it to Seager, and Seager will throw him out, and that'll end the inning. So 2 strikeouts and a ground ball. 2nd inning coming up.
is brought to you by Bay Area Mini.
Well, Giants Dodgers again tomorrow night and for the next 3 days, and there's still $25 dynamic deal tickets for tomorrow night's game, which features Bumgarner against Kershaw. Tickets available. Go to sfgiants.com/dynamic deal.
Here's Turner, no score. Turner takes a strike. He's at 290. He's got 15 home runs. He's got 56 runs batted in.
One of the biggest leg hitches in the game. If you're winding up and lifting your leg as a pitcher, it almost looks like he's winding up and lifting his leg as a pitcher in the batter's box.
Well, he's only faced PB 3 times. He's 1 for 3. Well, that big game in Pittsburgh is turning out to be kind of a dud for the Pirates.
Well, there's nothing going into the top of the 9th inning, and the Cardinals have scored 3.
Got him. Check in with Amy G, who's here tonight. Amy.
All right, guys, as you mentioned, there is no margin for error. I spoke to several of the Giants about that today, and they said, hey, when it's that straightforward, it's pretty simple, and you know what you got to do, and it brings a calmness over the club. They also said it's important to have emotion, but to control that emotion. They are stoked that Peavy's on the mound because they're definitely going to feed off of his energy. They also said, gentlemen, that instead of being anxious or nervous, they've decided to feel fortunate that they're playing meaningful games this late into the season. Dwayne?
Absolutely. Good call on both ends. There's Ethier down low. Ethier at 296. 14 home runs, 48 driven in. So 1 ball and 1 strike.
Dropping that little slider around the outside corner. I mean, he's got a good breaking ball right now, and he's throwing it on both sides of the plate. And he knows it. He's going to ride it right here again.
Chase Utley on deck. Here's the 2-1 to Andre Ethier. And it's 2-2.
He's backdooring him consistently with that little cutter.
Hit well into right center field. And this one's off the bottom of the wall. And Ethier, who hit it a mile, is only going to have a double. Welcome to AT&T Park.
I think he thought it was out of here when it left the bat. Oh, the one pitch that Peavy comes to the inside corner with, and Ethier just let him know that's where I like it. Right at the base of the wall, 1 hops. There's the 2-seamer coming right back into the strike zone. As soon as he hit this, Peavy's thinking that's out of here. So he gets a bit of a reprieve, and then it only goes for 2 bases and not 4.
So here's Utley. See the numbers for Utley. The average isn't very good. He has hit some big home runs for the Dodgers. He's never had a hit off of Peavy.
He's had the numbers, hit 218 on the year since he's been a Dodger, hit 220. But like I've said, he has had some big hits, big flies.
He's 0 for 11 against Peavy. Unless Monty Grandal is on deck. Just missed. 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be a long look to second. And Utley with a swing and a miss, 1-2.
Good curveball. So both the slider, the curveball, and the cutter, all three breaking balls that he has, are effective tonight.
The first hit of the game, a double by Ethier as he stands on second.
They couldn't get on the same page with the signs. Trevor Brown running through about 4 signals and Peavy not seeing the one he wanted. So finally, rookie calls timeout and says, "I give up. What do you want to throw?" As good as Peavy has been in the month of September against lefties, he has just owned them. The rest of the season, they're hit 347. The month of September, hit 176. So, well, why is that? Well, he's had good movement running away from the lefties, and that slider has been live.
Good block by Trevor Brown. It's 2-2. That's a big block.
Well, with one out, you're absolutely right. You don't want to give up that 90 feet between second and third.
A guy like Greinke on the mound and Peavy throws well. 90 feet are important, like playoff important. Hit out to right. Bird will catch. 2 outs. So here's Grandal. Grandal at 243. 16 home runs, 47 driven in. And Grandal pops it up. So Peavy's going to get out of it as Duffy calls and catches. And Ethier is stranded. Posey, Crawford, Bird coming up. No score.
By Max Muscle Sports Nutrition. Now with 25 Bay Area locations. Come visit our newest stores in Pleasanton and Gilroy.
Well, the NBC Bay Area Investigative Unit, it's the largest on-air team of investigative journalists dedicated to holding the powerful accountable. You can watch award-winning stories that have helped make the Bay Area a better place. You can watch them at NBCBayArea.com/investigations.
Here's Buster Posey hitting at .324. And Greinke starts him off with a curveball. Buster 23 at bats against Greinke. He's got 8 hits. Two balls, no strikes.
These are the pitches here where if you have a command like he does, you never really feel like you're in the driver's seat as a hitter, even though you've got count leverage. Sitting on a 2-0 count, I mean, he doesn't have to give you anything. He'll throw any one of his 4 pitches, pick out a corner.
Posey lines it foul.
And that was a fastball in the outside corner at the knees. I think that really, a pitch, it tells you all you really need to know about the guy. He just doesn't make many mistakes out over the middle. If you beat him, you're going to have to beat a good pitch.
Posey pulls it on the ground, foul. 2-2. Crawford on deck. Got him.
Well, Brandon Crawford coming up the head. He is our Togo's big play. The Togo's way. April 29th of this year. Brandon Crawford homered off of Zach Greinke. And he couldn't believe it. One of 20 home runs for Brandon Crawford. That's our Togo big play, the Togo's way.
So here's Crawford. And he lines it into left field, a base hit. Crawford stumbles just a little bit, but stays with it.
And that's an example of what you do against Greinke. You have to beat a good pitch. And how do you do that? You look in, you look away, and if you get it away, take it to the opposite field. That's our Exmo, brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. It just gives you an idea of the balance and the strength that he has had in his swing all year. And here, he beats a pretty good changeup down away at the knees, and he goes to left to do it. Nice.
There's Bird. Bird at 249. Does have a little bit of ownage on Greinke. He's 5 for 9 lifetime. Maybe that doesn't sound right. Maybe I should double check that. What do you think?
Yeah, I would double check that.
5 for 9. Let's see if I made a mistake on that one. 5 for 29. See, it always pays to check. Slowly hit. That's one. Not in time. So Bird reaches on the fielder's choice, and here's Tomlinson. Tomlinson has faced Greinke 3 times. He's 0 for 3. Giants have 2 of their 3 secret weapons hitting back to back. Tomlinson and Brown. The other secret weapon is Parker. Up the middle and a base hit. So one of the three secret weapons comes up with a hit.
Well, he has been a secret weapon. He had a little bit of a slump, and his average got right around 270, and all of a sudden, whoop, right back up around 300 again. And here he gets a fastball up and in.
No, really away from the target.
You see that happen very often, and here he took advantage of the mistake.
So here's Trevor Brown. Swing and a miss. Brown had a good series in Oakland. Here he falls behind.
Yankee coming right out of bed with his best slider. First pitch. And that's an example of the big strike zone you get from Paul Mauer. Bruce Bochy, that ball's outside. He does not take a pitch off.
He does not. Well, he kind of knows the spot that pitch being called a strike puts our young hitter in. Instead of 2-1, it's 1-2 or 1-1. So you can see why Bruce Bochy was barking a little bit.
Well, yeah, being in and doing 0-2 hole against Greinke the first time you've ever seen him. I mean, it's a tough assignment. So right now it puts Brown in a situation he just has to get quick and defend. Jake Peavy on deck.
Jake's been swinging it lately. Good look at a sold-out AT&T Park on a Monday night. Tap foul, so Brown stays alive.
But this kind of piece. The thing about Greinke's slider that is so good is it's got downward bite to it. And it's not a real big one. It's just very, very quick. It just sort of drops on you. But he can go inside corner, he can go outside corner.
Hit into right center field. Is anybody there? Nobody's there. Bird scores. Tomlinson scores. Secret weapon. 2-0 Giants.
Well, they're pumped up. And two unknowns coming up with back-to-back base hits, and the Giants have two on the board. And Brown fights off a slider to get another pitch, and that other pitch is a fastball away. And what's the key? Go with the location. Another opposite field swing of the bat. This one finds a gap, and it's a two-run mistake from Greinke.
So here's Peavy, who takes a strike. RBIs 4 and 5 for Trevor Brown. 0-2. On the ground to third. And that'll end the inning. So, Giants score twice off of Zach Greinke. Bird scores, and right behind him Tomlinson scores. It's 2-0 Giants. Diego ended up with a no decision, but boy did he pitch well. 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, a walk, 4 strikeouts. He threw 88 pitches. Peavy was good.
Yeah, he really was, and he had all his weapons working that night too. And made a good couple of defensive plays.
So here's Jock Peterson, who's hitting .211 as he takes a strike. Overshift is on for Peterson. First half, an all-star. Second half, he's really struggled. And boy, can he ever play center field. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Right, I mean, he's found a way to stay in the lineup because of his glove. Well, Hershiser was talking about it, who now broadcasts for the Dodgers, and he says, you can be patient with his glove because he's going to save you runs. Can't be patient with a guy's bat if he doesn't have the glove to go with it. The glove has kept him in the lineup. But dangerous.
Parker coming in.
Well, this Friday is African American Heritage Night presented by AT&T. Your special event package includes a collector's edition Willie Mays t-shirt designed by world famous painter Justin Bua and a ticket to the Giants game taking on the Rockies. Go to sfgiants.com/special events to get your tickets.
So here's Greinke. Greinke can hit, so you got to be careful with him. Sharply on the ground to Crawford.
I really want to applaud the effort of the Giants ground crew. Greg Elliott and his guys just absolutely amazed all of us. When we left last week, they were taking out 35,000 square feet of sod to make way for the AC/DC concert where they built the stage out there in center field, and then over the weekend they resodded the outfield. It just, it's incredible condition. So we want to step back and applaud those guys for really work above and beyond.
I don't think they've slept, have they?
I don't think they've slept for a while, but the place looks great. So Greg, nice going. All the guys.
0-2.
And blocked by Brown. 1-2. Peavy's given up one hit, the double to Ethier. 2 strikeouts. He has not issued a walk. Foul back with a high fastball.
Nice little elevator changing the sight lines. That's exactly where you want it.
Down low.
So high fastball above the letters, come back with a changeup down below the strike zone.
Out of play. So Peavy to Brown. So Peavy going right at him. I mean, look, there's 2 outs and nobody on.
Good battle right here between Peavy and Crawford. Peavy's throwing the sink at him. I mean, he hadn't given him any one pitch of the same, and he's been about a 7-pitch at bat.
And there's a base hit into right center field. Bird's going to cut it off. Really nice job. Look at that play. Look at the turf.
And look at the shake of the head. It's all brand new turf. And boy, you talk about a divot. As he comes over and slides into it, his knee just sticks in the turf. He gets no slide there. I mean, that'll hurt a guy.
Burt seems to be fine. So here's Seager. Seager struck out in the first inning. And he takes high and away. 1 ball and no strikes. Crawford's got 9 steals. He's been thrown out twice. So as a final, the Cardinals shut out the Pirates 3-0. Runner goes. Brown's throw in the dirt. And a stolen base. So nice pickup by Crawford.
Take a look at the throw, which was on the shortstop side of second base. Really not a whole lot that Brandon Crawford could do. He did well just to stop it from going into center. So with the stolen base, Dodgers get a runner in scoring position. That's what he's going to go back to. If he can get a second strike someplace else, fastball away or up or a changeup, any other place, and then he'll come back to that pitch and go back at his back foot on the breaking ball again. The trick is getting that second strike to set it up.
And a base hit. Crawford's going to score, and it's 2-1.
So no shutdown inning. And he couldn't get that second strike to try that back foot slider again. A little 2-out thunder here for Los Angeles.
So here's Gonzalez.
Fastball right up the middle. Seager head stays right down through the swing. You can see that swing when the Dodgers are excited about this young talent.
Which is outside for a ball. Seager's got a couple of steals. Let's see if he tries. Down low.
That run by the Dodgers snaps a 36-inning shutout streak that the Giants have had against the Dodgers here at AT&T. It's the second longest in rivalry history.
Pulled on the ground, foul.
If you remember back the last time the Dodgers came here, a 3-game series, they didn't score a run. Shut out 3 times.
3 times. So here's 2-1. And a quick toss. Seager leaning just a little bit.
Back Jordan with a little cutter. Set up outside. They want to wrap it around. This thing kind of wraps around, but at the bell, always a dangerous location with a guy who has power, because that's the location that will elevate on contact.
Got him. 2-1 ball game.
Suicide Prevention Month. And tonight, the Giants helped raise awareness about suicide and mental health issues. Prior to tonight's game, the Giants organization lost a dear member of their family last year when longtime Giant scout and childhood friend of Brian Sabean took his own life. Brian on the field earlier tonight joining Stan Selesky's daughter, Lisa. Stan Selesky was the scout to raise awareness for folks who have been affected by suicide. Lisa here with her photograph. She turned to art and photography to help deal with the grief. They are on display. It's a beautiful display. And the Giants want you to know that if you have been affected by suicide or lost a loved one, you are encouraged to learn more about her project. Visit stanley-sessions.com for more information. Dwayne and Mike.
All right, thanks, Amy. So Pagan opens up the inning with a base hit, and here's Jared Parker.
That was not a hanger either. He went down and beat a good pitch. I mean, really some disciplined approaches tonight by the Giants against Greinke. Opposite field, back up the middle. Just take what he gives you, and Giants have executed well.
Parker struck out in the first. Giants with a 2-1 lead. And a first pitch strike, and it's 0-1. On deck is Duffy. Since the Dodgers got a little bit of a scouting report on Jared Parker over the weekend, I bet they did.
Yeah, they definitely scouted him heavily. Stayed away early in the count and gone down to the dirt late in the count.
Outside and low, 1-2.
Last 7 starts against the Giants, he's 7-0 with a 1.90 ERA. Look at the whip. That's walks and hits per innings pitched. Averaging less than one man on base per inning. You do that, you're doing well.
So Parker takes the pitch in the dirt. There's Duffy. He just joined us, Trevor Brown, one of the kids. Doubled in 2 runs in the second. And the 2-2 pitch, here it is to Parker. And he got him swinging.
Away early, down the dirt late again. So a changeup, the payoff pitch, and he's just trying to bounce it on home plate. No intention of going in that strike zone. Parker cannot lay off.
So here's Duffy. Duffy bounced out to short to end the first.
Just off the plate away. Duffy doesn't really have a 2-pitch weakness. I mean, he covers up a missed swing very quickly. I mean, he's a very smart hitter. He makes nice adjustments within each at bat.
Did it hit his bat or it hit him?
It did hit the bat. I don't know if it hit him. I think it may have come off his foot. Greinke thought it was off the bat. Now he's going to get a cheap out. So it does hit the bat here.
Bat, Grandal's glove, and then fair. With a dead ball.
Dead ball. Once it hits that catcher.
1 ball and 1 strike. Down low.
The hit spray chart. Start looking at the guy that sprays it around. These are the guys, 6 of them, that have 50 or more hits to every field. And Matt Duffy, one of those guys. And that is a testimony.
Pretty good group.
It really is. Tough to pitch a guy that does that.
Out of play, 2-2.
Tough to defend against a guy that does that. Absolutely. Because of that, Duffy doesn't get a lot of extreme defensive thrown at him.
Two and two.
Just miss. And you saw Paul Mallard shaking his head as Greinke threw that pitch. You want to know where was that? Thought he had a strike, and it was off the plate away. It would have been a pitcher strike. Watching Howard shake his head. No. Sorry. Not my zone. And you may see Pagan take off here with 1 out. 3-2 count.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, go down to second, and that's a double play. It remains 2-1.
Is brought to you by PG&E. Together, building a better California.
Well, the Giants sellout streak is over 400 games and counting, and the Giants season tickets are currently sold out. So get on deck now for your shot at 2016 season tickets with a $500 per seat non-refundable deposit. sfgiants.com/season. 2-1 Giants. Here's Justin Turner to lead things off. And we'll foul one out of play. Turner struck out in the second. Hit high and deep into left center field. 1 out. Turner can't believe it.
Well, he just got AT&T'd. It happens. It's a ballpark that is very pitcher friendly. This is a little too high. I mean, I'm sure it felt good when it left the bat. Here, barely gets to the warning track. Hang with him.
That was easier. Easier doubled in the second. Well, he takes a strike.
Now the one pitch he got in the inside corner, he unloaded on. Just about every pitch in the bat was on the outside corner, just wrapping around little cutters.
Bird's looking at Tomlinson, and Tomlinson says, all right, well, then I'll get it. 2 out. Here's Utley. Utley hit a fly ball to right in the second. No balls and 1 strike.
Good fastball movement running away from the left-handed hitter. And a strength of Peavy's tonight.
0-2.
And you see one motion and movement to start out the at-bat. You get a strike 1 and a fastball moving away. Then you come back and wrap a little slider that comes back into the lefty and take out that outside corner. That's a good 2-pitch sequence right there for Peavy. Brown just cannot get the right finger down. It does not upset the rhythm of Peavy. Some pitchers who like to work a quick pace, like Mike Leake, that may affect a guy because you're slowing him down. You can't put the sign down that he wants. But with Peavy, he didn't care. As far as an older pitcher, a veteran pitcher, I mean, he really is good on young catchers. Not every veteran can say that.
Got him, and they'll end the inning. Utley now lifetime against Peavy, 0 for 13.
communications made simple.
Well, log on to csnbayarea.com as insider Alex Pavlovich will provide wire-to-wire reporting for the Giants season, breaking news, video, special features, and more, only on csnbayarea.com.
So Buster Posey, who struck out in the second, will lead things off. Giants with a 2-1 lead. First pitch wide.
The cutter at 91.
Chop foul.
For the changeup.
Yeah, that's an unusual stat right there. More walks than strikeouts.
Yeah, that's not many guys can make that claim.
Buster lines this one right at Utley. So Posey retired, and that'll bring up Crawford.
He went down and barreled a good pitch.
Crawford lined a single over the head of Turner in the second inning. There he takes up and in, 1-0.
He beat Greinke on a pitch on the outside part of the plate, and here they open up this at bat. Boom, he's going right into the hands. Back inside again. So hard stuff in sets up soft stuff away if you are going to go away. Change up away. And this is where you might see Brandon Crawford try and jump on a 3-1 or a 3-0 get it in fastball. And he's done it twice this year where he's left the ballpark on 3-0 counts. Not much you can do with that one. Perfect knee-high location on the outside corner on a 3-0 pitch. That's why you never really feel like Greinke's backed into a get-it-in situation, because of that type of command. He can throw even in a 3-0 count.
And the walk. So here's Bird. Bird reached on a fielder's choice, hit a ball in the hole that Seager forced out Crawford at second. Maybe a double play ball. 4-6-3. 6-4-3.
Good time to show you a great Giants memory. We're going to take you back to 2010, Game 5 of the World Series against the Rangers, and Edgar Renteria with a 3-run home run. There were 2 outs. It was in the 7th inning, and it was off Cliff Lee. The Giants went on to clinch the World Series and bring the Bay Area its first World Series title since they moved west. And there he is, the hero, Edgar Renteria, and the 2010 World Series MVP. Edgar, we love him, guys.
That is fantastic. I can't wait for them to show Edgar on the scoreboard here. We don't get to see him a whole lot, so it is really great to see him. We will not forget that guy, ever. Here's Grandal, who takes a strike, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, he's a good one. The one swing of the bat that enabled this franchise to win their first San Francisco World Series championship. Such a great night.
This is hit high to right. Bird's going back, and in front of archway number 4, he makes the catch. Randall can't believe it. Yeah, they just left Coors Field, so.
Well, Coors Field, he's right on the bags right there. I think they got up the bat just a little bit, just enough.
I never thought that it was going to go out.
I didn't either.
So here's Peterson. Peterson hit a fly ball to Jared Parker in left field. He did that in the 3rd. And a backdoor breaking ball just misses 1-0.
Yeah, he did miss. He just didn't get it. Well, that's as good as a backdoor breaking ball as he's throwing all night. He thought for sure that was there.
And he comes in this time with a called strike. That's 1 ball and 1 strike.
You can see the look on the skipper's face. That was a strike too.
He is not happy. One and 2.
Brown wanted that fastball a little bit up and at the bell in the inside corner. That kind of got a little leaky out over the plate. He got away with one there.
Foul back.
And that's the location that Brown called, and Peavy missed it the previous pitch. He comes right back to it. Right at the belt. And Peterson not going to lay off that one. And they can keep climbing the ladder on above the hands, or they go soft stuff away, back to him with a slider again. Ooh. But you have to say now it's been consistent. Uh-oh. Relentless. He just does not let up.
So 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now it's 3 and 2.
Changeup really not close. I mean, he wants to go to the outside corner with that breakup on. That's what he wants to throw him. That will upset him. Last 2 pitches not even close. He hasn't been away from the strike zone by that wide a margin all night long. So you're upset, take a walk. Get cooled off.
Greinke bounced out sharply to Crawford in the 3rd. He's a pretty good hitter, so it's not automatic that means he's going to bunt Greinke here.
Well, just because he's showing bunt, I still don't believe it. But he's very, very good at pulling that bat back and slapping. A butcher play. But this is the key. Get out there and show bunt early.
He'll freeze that third baseman.
TV's got to hurry now. And he throws to Tomlinson. And Peterson now in scoring position.
Well, it's turned out to be an interesting play. The closer you get to the line, the tougher it is to throw around that runner. A little confusion there. Buster bailing, Tomlinson covering. And it was all said and done. Nobody hit anybody on a collision, and they got the out. But that play had a little personality to it.
So here's Crawford, who singled in the third, had a long at bat. And he ended up lining a pitch over the head of Tomlinson. Down low, 1-0. One walk and 4 strikeouts. The one walk is now at second. Two and 0. He's got first base to work with.
Yeah, that's true, but he doesn't know Seager, the guy on deck. Veterans, they don't want to pitch to the unknown if they can pitch to a guy they know, and he knows Crawford.
Good pitch, 2-1.
How many times have we seen him do that tonight against these left-handed hitters? Just come around and wrap that outside corner with that little cutter.
Three and one.
And he almost walked into that. Get back off that plate. So he can come right back in there, same location, or again go to the outside with a little wraparound or a changeup. There he goes, 91 front door with the two-seam fastball at the knees. And whatever Carl Crawford was looking for on the 3-1 pitch, it wasn't the fastball middle in.
Slowly hit to Posey. Posey will tag Crawford, and that's going to end the inning. Nice job by Peavy. 2 secret weapons coming up.
In theaters October.
Hey, watch live TV right now with the NBC Bay Area app. See breaking news and investigations from NBC Bay Area News, plus your favorite NBC shows live and on demand. Simply download the NBC Bay Area app, select watch on live TV right now, and you're good to go.
Tomlinson dribbles it foul. Giants 2, Dodgers 1 here in the bottom of the 5th.
It's a great look from the camera behind home plate to see the quickness of that slider from Greinke. And many believe it's the best in the National League.
That's a high strike.
Now Trevor Brown coming up to take his at-bats. And we're going to make his at-bat our forward right choice. And why? Well, before his 2-out, 2-run double, hitters against Greinke with 2 outs and runners in scoring position were 5 for 53 this season. That's an 0.94 average. That was the lowest in the major leagues. Well, the Rook comes through. He's our forward right choice.
And a breaking ball inside, 1-0. Good information or bad information?
Bogus information.
Perfect.
That's our BI. Magnum BI.
Some people just go the extra mile for good stuff like that. Two-0 pitch is a ball, 3-0. Three and one.
Just amazing. The veteran pitcher doesn't know a young hitter. He'll nibble. That's kind of what Greinke's doing. I mean, he just doesn't know his weaknesses. The unknown's a bit scary.
3-2.
But when in doubt, throw the slider on a 3-1.
Into left center field. Coming in is Crawford. 2 down.
Well, he hit a rocket. And now Greinke's thinking, who is that kid? Nice at bat.
Very nice.
3-2 count to hit a bullet.
So here's Peavy. Peavy's got a home run this year. He might try to knock one out here. What do you think?
Why not?
Foul. The ball's in 1 strike. Look out.
Heads up.
And at Benny. Heads up, Benny.
There's Dave Benzer. Don't hurt the Benz.
Got him, and they'll end the inning. 7 strikeouts, 6th inning coming up. It's 2-1 Giants.
brought to you by the Solar Company. Not just any solar company, the Solar Company. Switch to solar and save.
Fan Appreciation Day is this Sunday. It'll be the Giants and Rockies. It's an early start, 12:05. One lucky fan is going to win the grand prize, a 2016 Toyota Tacoma SR5 V6 Double Cab. sfgiants.com for tickets, and remember, be in your seats by 11:30. Here's Seager. Seager's got an RBI single. And here he rolls it foul.
First pitch breaking ball. He's not waiting around. We talked about the unknown from Trevor Brown's perspective. Zach Greinke throwing to him. And you have the same situation here with Peavy pitching to Seager. He doesn't know him.
Went around.
Yes, he did. Ed Hickok's third base umpire said.
Down and in off the shin guard of the home plate umpire Paul Mallard. It's 1-2. Adrian Gonzalez on deck, and then Justin Turner. Tomlinson on to first, got him! What a great play!
Pitch was up, hit a bullet one-hop spear, and quickly to his feet because Seager can run. I mean, you talk about great reactions and a beautiful backhander. And the higher you go with the backhander, the more difficult it is. And the slow motion camera just doesn't do this play justice. And you watch the reaction from Jake Peavy. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So here's Gonzalez. Gonzalez takes up and in.
Boy, that brings momentum right to your dugout. And if you're on the mound, you're thinking, man, I just need to put it in play. They're going to catch it.
Parker. 2 outs.
Sometimes you just amaze yourself. It's nice as a young infielder looking into a veteran pitcher. After you make a play like that, you go eye contact to eye contact, and that's a look you don't ever forget as a young player.
Absolutely. So here's Turner. Turner rolls this one to Crawford. And that's a 7-pitch inning, and it's highlighted by the Kelby Tomlinson great play. Top of the order coming up.
your business. Visit HEPINS.com and by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Well, this Wednesday is Full Clubhouse Night, a tribute to Full House. Your special event package will include the Collector's Edition Giants Full Clubhouse Snow Globe, featuring the famous painted ladies near Alamo Square, and a ticket to the Giants taking on the Dodgers. Go to sfgiants.com/special events. Check it out.
So here's Pagan. Pagan opened up the third inning with a base hit. Pitch is wide, 1-0.
Talk about how a defensive play can bring momentum into your dugout. Well, Tomlinson did. The point you made between innings changed everything in the top of the sixth. But it also energizes your club going into the bottom half of the inning.
Absolutely. When you don't make that play, it's the tying run at first with the beef coming up.
Retired 80% of his first batters faced in each inning. That's the best in baseball.
He's hit out into right center field, but Ethier's got a beat on this one. One out. And here's Parker. Parker hasn't hit a home run in a while.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Two strikeouts. Greinke's had his way with Parker. And a big breaking ball.
And that's a look that he has not seen. And he just steals strike one with it. One thing you cannot do as a young hitter is try and outguess a guy like Greinke, who can do so many things with the ball.
So that hit the bat. It's Nothingham 2. Probably not where you want to be against Greinke. One and two.
So it's been pretty steady when he's gotten ahead of Jared Parker all night long. He's gone into dirt to try and finish him off with curveball, sliders, and change-ups.
Two and two.
And this time the fish ain't biting, at least not so far. And here's when he tries to zip you too with a fastball. You know, you see his best velocities in two-strike counts, and usually it's across the letters. See a lot of stuff down. He'll change sight lines and go right above the letters with the best fastball he's got. Let's go slider in the dirt. So from an 0-2 to a 3-2, and three times he's laid off stuff down in the dirt or the base of the strike zone.
Well, I'm going to call that a partial win for the Rook. However, you could see four different pitches here, and he walked them.
Greinke never gave in. He kept going down below, so that's a great at bat.
So here's Duffy. Duffy's 0 for 2. Parker's got one steal, so it's not like he won't go. Something wrong with Greinke?
have a shoe problem.
No, I think they want to take a look at it.
They may be challenging the play at first base. And they may have a beef here. Not a shoe problem. It's a I picked them off problem. Dodgers think they got him. Gator DeMuth, first base umpire, making the call.
So anyway, this replay review is presented by Xfinity.
So you wait. You saw the one angle. Really not definitive. It was kind of blocked out by Adrian Gonzalez, the first baseman. Tough place to be if you're a rookie in a one-run ball game. You're wondering is whether or not you got picked off. You just can't tell where his hand is. I can see why the Dodgers would want to challenge it, but I just don't know if there's enough you can see there, at least from those two angles.
Well, sixth inning, I guess they don't have much to lose.
They do not. Trailing a run, I mean, that's a big play if it goes their way. And those are the only two looks that we have. In both instances, you really can't see the hand of the bag. You see the slap tag from Gonzalez, and it's a quick tag.
So they called him out. So two down. And it'll be Duffy.
So a mistake. A little bit of lean towards second base did not allow Parker to get back to first. Now Duffy has to hit Greinke out of the windup instead of the stretch.
And the belt tie strike, and it's 0-1.
That last stat was amazing. Dodgers have picked off 24 base runners this season.
One ball and one strike. And 78 pitches now for Zach Greinke.
Pitch count really not an issue. At the end of the sixth inning, you want to be 90 pitches or less. It's the average. So he's well under that. This becomes a big pitch. Greinke down one running this ball game. Did not want to face Buster Posey out of the stretch with the man on.
Good pitch at the knees. 3-2. Here's the payoff. High and foul and down the right field line and out of play. So another payoff pitch to Matt Duffy. Here it is. And he walked him.
Nice at bat. I suppose he is going to get a chance to hit off the Greinke stretch.
Lester tonight has struck out and he had a line drive right at Utley. Here he fouls this one back and out of play.
He was up there looking for that fastball away. Dodgers really back up their outfield to the right side. Peterson, the center fielder, Ethier, the right fielder, they get deep.
Slowly hit to Seager. And that's going to end the inning. Seventh inning coming up. Starters Greinke and Peavy are both still in the game and both pitching well. Crawford, he's got a single, a stolen base, he scored a run. Trevor Brown's got the hit that knocked in both runs for the Giants. So here's Ethier. He will hit first. Then Utley. Then Grandal with Josh Osich in the bullpen. With all the left-handers coming up, I don't know how long a rope Bruce Bochy is going to give to his old friend Jake Peavy.
You're right. I mean, they're taking it serious down there in the pen. Osich cranking.
Now this is 81 pitches for Peavy. This is bounced foul.
Pitch count not an issue with Peavy. A ball, dude.
What happened? We
lose
lose him?
We lost him. Ron Swenson
Take a hike?
Had to take a break.
And that was passport? What?
That's a first.
Outside 1 and 2.
He's been waiting all night to go out there and get a ball. And
hey,
when the ball gets hit, he's gone to the John.
When you got to pee, right?
Hey. The ball dude that wasn't there.
1 ball and 2 strikes.
And you think the ball dude's going to hear about it when he gets back to his seat?
I don't know. He may not come back. He might be on 101, headed to Foster City for all we know. 1-2 pitch. Hit on the ground to Posey. Posey says, I got it. And he does. And here's Utley. He's back. That'll be.
There's Ron Swenson.
Hey, Ron, nothing happened while you were gone. Didn't even notice you were gone, so don't worry about it.
And go back and wash your hands. Let's go.
Ron making a statement with the one sock with stripes, the other one no stripes.
Yeah, it looked like he had a sock blowout on the left side. Yep. Not easy being a ball dude.
Okay. Utley takes a strike. It's another than 2. Usually happens to us about 2 in the morning. Oh, and 2. Hit on the ground. Tomlinson to Posey. 2 down.
Calvin Tomlinson's putting on a show tonight defensively with the backhand.
I mean, that's not a great play, but it's a nice play.
It sort of slides into this one. I mean, that's style points on a backhand ground ball. All the time in the world.
So here's Grandal. Grandal takes a strike.
Backdoor cutter has been his money pitch against these lefties all night.
Popped him up, had him out in front. Pagan coming in. Side retired, nice inning for Peavy. For the Giants, Crawford, Bird, Tomlinson coming up. And to face Greinke will be Crawford, Bird, Tomlinson, Brown, and then we'll see. Crawford with a single and a walk. And the first pitch to Crawford. Crawford takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Same spot. Same call.
Not giving in. Paul Nauert has been very good with his strike zone tonight. Been very consistent.
Three and 0.
So that means take a pitch. That could be a deke too. Here's the one to Roberto Kelly, who gives the one to Crawford. And that could be a total deke.
And a strike. It's 3 and 1. We'll never know.
We'll never know. But he's still got something out of the pitch, the way he timed his back leg to it. And that's a veteran move.
Lifted to left. So Greinke comes back after falling behind 3-0. And let's check in with Amy G. Amy?
All right, gentlemen, it is time for our fan photo contest. It is sponsored by T-Mobile. We're looking at Twitter and seeing what you have. Make sure you send us a photo to #CSNBA Data Strong Fan. It's going to get me one of these days. Check out Patricia. Her and her friend, yeah, big surprise. We heart Pagan. Yeah, and clearly they like Blanco too. She's wearing a shark fin on her cap. I can tell you they were bragging about that photo. Gentlemen.
On the ground to Turner. And Turner's going to throw Bird out. 2 outs. Oh, very nice photo.
Dodgers guarding the line, and then at bat, they really put Turner in a good spot to defend Marlon Bird. You see him on the line. Ball hit right on the screws. 1 hop. And once you catch that one, you have all the time in the world. And Turner's got a good arm.
So here's Tomlinson. 1 for 2.
Well, something didn't feel right for Greinke.
And a strike. Oh, the bunt got the attention of Turner. That foul, so it's 0-2.
Josh Osich, the way he's throwing, looks like it may be the end of the night for Jake Peavy, who went 7 beautiful innings.
Hit on the ground to Jay Sutley, and that's going to end the inning. 8th inning coming up. Osich coming in. 3-1 Giants. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Josh Osich, the new pitcher now for the Giants. He's been in 31 games since he's been called up, and he's been very, very good. Lefty's hitting 167 against him. High velocity fastball, slider, and a changeup.
And he's facing Ruggiano, who takes a called strike. He's pinch hitting for Jock Peterson. Tapped slowly foul, 0-2.
Good changeup right there, and that really has been an effective pitch for Osich against right-handers especially.
Nice job pinch hitting over his career. And he skies this one into left center field. 1 out. And that's going to bring up Howie Kendrick. So Kendrick, who was on the shelf the last time these two teams went at it in Los Angeles.
A lot of time on the DL.
First pitch high and wide, 1 ball, no strikes.
Kendrick has power.
Duffy on the back end. Nice play, 2 down.
Talked about the key to tonight's ball game would be the defense, and the Giants have really played a beautiful game defensively. And you could say the same for the Dodgers. Both teams have showed up with the gloves. A nice backhander, all the time in the world. The perfect chest high strike to Posey to send Kendrick back to the dugout.
So Van Slyke is going to hit for Crawford. So here's Van Slyke, another guy that's got some power. Been a 2-1 score since the 3rd. Popped them up. It's going to be Tomlinson near the bag. He does the pop-up dance, and that's going to end the inning. 6 pitches.
San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
Stay tuned immediately after Giants baseball for Esurance Giants Post-Game Live. You get highlights, reaction, analysis. It's all coming up right after the game. It's a 2-1 ball game. And it's time for a change. Things speedy. Oil change and auto service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts.
Chris Hatcher, the new pitcher now for the Dodgers, 47th game he's come into, 41 strikeouts and 36 and 2/3. He's got good stuff. You're going to see a low to mid-90s fastball, hard slider, and a split.
Osich is going to hit. He's on deck. Here's Ruggiano. He's in left field. Van Slyke is in center. And this is a base hit into center field. Secret weapon, base hit.
The rookies have really shown tonight.
Let's see if Mr. Osich can lay down a bunt. How about that?
That'll be the challenge. Here he doesn't even need to look at the third base coach because it is bunt every pitch you get.
All right, let's see how many at bats Josh Osich has had. He's 0 for 1.
And he does have a sacrifice bunt.
There you go.
And it should go down the first base side.
They say he's got a good eye. 1 ball and no strikes.
We don't know. I mean, the relief pitchers do not hit ever.
Yeah, they don't want him to get hurt.
One of the exceptions to that is the long relievers who may have to be a spot starter. They'll hit, but the short relievers, no chance.
And the bunt is foul. And it's 1 and 2. Turner really breathing down Osich's neck.
Now, even if he was standing 18 feet away from him, I don't think they're going to let him swing the bat.
I agree.
Bunt all the way here. Throw over the first base just to see if he was going to show bunt. There's no way that Bochy's going to let Osich swing the bat for fear that he might get hurt. So bunt.
Turner's only play will be at first. Nicely done.
And that wasn't easy either.
It hurt Turner that he got too close. He had to go basically laterally to get the ball. Otherwise, if he'd have been a little deeper, he might have got to play it second.
Now, he's got a really strong, accurate arm, too. So, high fives. Let's take a look at the effort. Bat at the top of the strike zone. If it's below the bat, bunt it. You see Turner having to, as he came in hard, he had to redirect to his left, and he realized he was not in position to make a throw. And look at the appreciation in that Giants dugout. Golf clap.
So here's Pagan. Pagan is 1 for 3. And he takes a strike. Came back on Pagan a little bit. 0-1.
Inside corner at 96. We weren't making it up. We were talking about the stuff that Chris Hatcher has. It's good.
Which is wide. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. tomorrow. Those two.
A couple of the two best left-handers in baseball.
A lot of play.
But that's tomorrow.
You can see it tomorrow. Giants pregame live will be at 6:30. We'll have the game for you right at the top of the hour. Here it's 1-2 to Pagan, who's looking to drive in Trevor Brown. And he stays alive right at Bruce Bochy.
Outstanding emergency swing. Fight off the fuzz. Stay alive. Get a better pitch to hit.
One ball, two strikes. Got him. Stay tuned. Post-game wrap will be after the game, and also talk about the game tomorrow morning with Murph and Mac on the KNBR 680 morning show. So here's Parker. Parker is 0 for 2 with a walk. He walked in the 6th, had a great at bat, and then he got picked off. Low, one ball and no strikes. He does seem to have a pretty good eye, Parker does.
Yeah, you're right. As hot as he's been, I mean, that really shouldn't be a surprise to us. They have continuously tried to go out of the strike zone, below the strike zone.
Swinging a foul into the glove of Randall. It's a ball and a strike.
And it's just been a pretty steady diet of off-speed stuff. A lot of changeups, a lot of breaking balls below the zone. Dodgers are pretty convinced that Mr. Parker is dialed to the fastball, so they're staying away from it. They throw fastballs, they go high above the zone.
He put on another show in BP today.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he's got his rally cap going. Leave it open there, will you?
Two balls and one strike. Don't do that at home, folks. If you're okay. So it's 2-1 to Jarrett Parker.
Change up, change up, change up. Throw a fastball in off the plate, let him sniff that, come back, change up, change up, change up. Giants would love to pick up one more run of insurance. They'd like to pick up 6 more runs of insurance.
Got him.
Change it.
9th inning coming up. It's a 2-1 lead for the Giants as we head to the 9th inning. And because of Seager and Gonzalez coming up, it'll be Osich who stays in the game. No balls and 1 strike.
Good hard slider to open it up. Slider is 92 miles an hour. It's not a big sweeping slider. It's very quick. The break on it's very small compared to other sliders, but at that velocity, very effective.
Line drive, center field, base hit. Well, Seager opens it up with a hit, and here's Gonzalez. Gonzalez against Peavy was 0 for 3.
Jake Peavy was outstanding tonight.
Outside, 1 ball and no strikes. The first time in the game that the Dodgers have their leadoff hitter reach. Get on the ground and a base hit. So that should do it for Osich. Back-to-back singles. And Casilla is going to come in. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and smog experts. We'll be back.
Sportsnet Bay Area.
Two-1 here in the 9th. Nobody out. Dodgers, their first 2 runners reach.
So Santiago Casilla coming in, inheriting 2 runners at first and second. That's what he has done in 64 games, 4 and 2 with a 2.93 ERA. 37 saves on the year for Casilla. 60 strikeouts in 55 of the third. You see 2 types of fastball, low to mid-90s, more mids than lows. Curveball, cutter, and a changeup. By the way, you have to wonder how Don Mattingly is going to play this with 2 runners on, nobody out. What he's going to do with Justin Turner. Not often you see your cleanup hitter get asked to bunt.
No. By the way, you just saw Ronald Torreyes pinch running at first. So here's Turner. Turner is 0 for 3 in the game, and he's hitless lifetime against Casilla. He's 0 for 5. Look out.
So Turner indeed does show bunt. And as soon as he turned to show bunt, it looked like Casilla picked him up. And he was throwing up and in, and almost hit him. Look out, it went right over the top of his head.
So it's 0-1, or make that 1-0.
That's going to bring Duffy in to respect the bunt.
And it's bunted to Duffy. So a nice bunt. And here's Ethier. Ethier is 1 for 3, and he's got a little bit of ownage on Casilla. Ethier is 4 for 8. Giants will play the infield back up the middle and Posey. On the ground, Tomlinson's got it. They'll get the out there, and this game is tied. You're thinking about playing the infield in. You do that, the Dodgers got the lead. So here's Utley.
Another backhand test for Tomlinson, who's been flawless tonight to that side.
So here's Utley. Utley's 0 for 3. And he shoots this one right to Crawford. And that is going to end the inning. Bottom of the 9th coming up. Smart expert.
Juan Nicasio, the new pitcher now for the Dodgers. Take a look at the numbers for Nicasio on the year. 1-3 with a 3.6 ERA. Another guy coming out of the bullpen who's got more strikeouts than innings pitched. 64 strikeouts against 30 walks in 56 innings. You're going to see a mid to high 90s fastball. He will cut the fastball. He's got a hard slider and a changeup. Kike Hernandez comes in. He is the new center fielder. Scott Van Slyke goes from center field to first base.
So Nicasio to face Duffy. Duffy is 0 for 2 with a walk. And he takes wide. 1 ball and no strikes. That's Posey on deck. Looks like the same pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Perhaps a bit lower. What you just said, that's the same thing Matt Duffy's thinking. Go back outside again. That's a big strike zone. Outside corner, 1 below the knees, 1 above the belt. And Bruce Bochy is letting Paul Nauer have it. This is the second strike. Watch Rundall kind of hook it down.
Two and 2. Posey to follow. Then Crawford, then Bird.
That is so hard to take that pitch. That's a good breaking ball. 2-2, had a chance to go out of the strike zone. Snapped off a good slider. And Duffy lays off.
On the play.
The whole at bat has gone away. Going out of side again. Elevated 96 and got him to chase. That's the problem about having to call a strike early in the game. Now you've got to cover it.
Yeah, at some point, Duffy thought that that was the same pitch. And when he realized it wasn't, it was really too late. So here's Buster Posey. Outside corner strike. Buster 5 for 12 with a double and a home run lifetime against Nicasio. Base hit. It'll be more than just a single, I think. Posey's on second base with a double. Crawford has also got good numbers against Nicasio. We'll see if Don Mattingly even pitches to Crawford. Crawford's 5 for 16 with 4 doubles.
Now they're going to stay away from him and put him on. Giants have got 3 right-handers behind Brandon Crawford. Posey, average speed at best at second base. And the Dodger arms are all pretty average. Reggiano in left, Hernandez in center, and Ethier in right. See Yimi Garcia, the right-hander. Luis Avalon, the left-hander in the Dodger bullpen. So now Crawford takes his base. And Rick Honeycutt, Dodger pitching coach, going to come out and have a few words. Just going to go over a scout report here with Nicasio. Nicasio likes to go the outside part of the plate. I mean, he likes to pitch away, both with the fastball and both with the fastball, or the slider rather. This is a meeting on the mound brought to you by Ring Central, business communications made simple. And how many times have you seen Marlon Byrd take that outside location to right field? You know, you have a scout report how you want to pitch a guy, but then there's other situations where you get guys coming out of the bullpen late especially, and they feel more comfortable on the outside corner. I mean, that's their strength with the fastball and the slider, and that's kind of Nicasio.
So here's Bird. Posey at second, Crawford at first. Bird is hit into a double play. He's 0 for 3. Out of play.
95 inside out.
Well, he really has Corey Seager guarding the hole. The middle is wide open for Marlon Byrd. Utley is going to keep Posey as close as he can. Maybe a double play ball. We'll see. As Utley kicks it around, and they just got him.
So they do go inside, middle in twice. And that ball hit sharply. And off the crack of the bat, we're thinking a chance for 2, but after the bobble, Dodgers have to settle for 1.
So here's Tomlinson. 1 for 3 tonight. Posey at third. Crawford at second. Crawford, he doesn't mean anything.
Nicasio can throw a slider in the dirt.
1-0. They may pitch around Tomlinson. You could do that. Trevor Brown, whose at-bats have been really good, he's on deck.
Yeah, he's hit 3 bullets tonight. Got 2 hits.
They're trying to get Ethier's attention to come in, and now Ethier joins the party. There's a strike, but not even the count.
Perfect pitch at 97 miles an hour on the outside corner, just on the knees. I mean, that's a perfect pitch on a 1-0 count. He took count leverage right away from Tomlinson with that location and that velocity.
Dodgers defense, both Utley and especially Seager. I'm not sure Seager realizes how quick Tomlinson is.
And Seager's playing deep. And again, Nicasio goes on the outside corner and gets 97 at the knees, and a bang bang from a 1-0 to a 1-2. That's high velocity paint right there, folks. So now Tomlinson's got to cover it.
On the ground. And that'll end the inning. We'll go to the 10th. Fan in-depth 49ers coverage every single night. Home of the official pre and post game shows of the team. Sunday to Sunday, the home of the authentic 49ers fan is CSN. So Garcia stays in the game. It'll be Grandal. He will lead things off. It's a 2-2 ball game. So here's Grandal. Ruggiano and then Hernandez.
Giants put the shift on defensively, protect the right side of the infield. Straight away in the outfield.
Grandal against Peavy was 0 for 3. Jansen headed down to the bullpen. Two 2-0. You see it takes a little bit of a walk. And right at the knees.
And the 2-2 seamer. Had to get that thing in there. It looked to me like Grandal was taken on that 2-0 pitch. I find that a bit odd for a guy with his type of power. Luis Avalon and Kenley Jansen, the pitchers down in the Dodger bullpen.
Not close. 2-1.
Once again, Grandal's going to have a good count to hit in. That's a mistake, the leadoff walk. Second inning in a row now, the Dodgers have gotten that leadoff runner on.
Romo in the bullpen. So Heisey's going to pinch run. Ruggiano hit a fly ball to center field in the 8th inning as a pinch hitter, and then he stayed in the game. Heisey's got good speed. Renicky was waiting on Don Mattingly to give the signs to him. And the bunt, and it's fouled. Ruggiano finding out what Turner found out, that it's not that comfortable when you try to bunt off a Casilla.
No, it's not. And I do believe when a guy turns around to square to bunt, it takes the concentration from Casilla, from the glove to the hitter. And this is a little heat seeker too. Fastball running in, getting his top hand off the bat. Don't pinch that finger. But the Dodgers playing small ball here, willing to give up an out.
Not that time, and a swing and a foul. Oh, and 2. Pitch number 12 for Casilla. Got him.
Backdoor two-seamer, nibbling that outside corner. Absolute perfect location, and they get the strikeout. And it's a non-productive out. And that's a big out. Sees it outside, he gives up on it. You see the two-seam movement coming back into the strike zone.
So here's Kiki Hernandez. He shoots it into left field, a base hit. So it looks like Van Slyke is going to be called back. It'll be Jimmy Rollins.
On their bench tonight, 2 of which can hit left-handed. Rollins, the switch hitter, one of them. Scott Schebler, the other left-handed bat that Mattingly has to choose from, a young one. Rollins, not a young one. So Dave Righetti kind of come out and just go with the scout report, talk a little bit about Rollins.
So Rollins will step up. His lifetime numbers against Casilla. He's 3 for 11. With a couple of doubles.
Been in the game for 15 years. Think about being around 15 years. You got a little history against everybody.
Breaking ball, 1-0.
Trevor Brown, the Giants catcher, he's got to block everything.
Everything.
Cannot give up that 90 feet between second and third here with 1 out.
Pops him up. Duffy should handle this one. And he does. Stumble right at the very end. So here's Seager, and now Bruce Bochy's got a decision to make. Does he bring in Lopez to face Seager?
Yeah, I believe that's what he's going to do. Yep, going to Javier Lopez. Seager's had a good night. He knocked in a run in third. He had another hit to lead it off in the ninth. He scored. And now he's going to face Javier Lopez.
And it's time for a change thing. Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your oil change tune-up and small experts. With 2 outs and a matchup of the wily old veteran Javi Lopez and the Rook, the kid.
Take a look at the numbers for Javier Lopez. This is the 75th time that he's come into a ball game. 1-0 with a 1.42 ERA. See the numbers he has had against lefties. He has really dominated left-handed hitters this year. And it seems of late he's been pitching just about every day.
Seager's got 2 hits tonight. He's been part of all the scoring. He's knocked a run in and he's scored a run. And he takes wide 1-0. A.J. Ellis is on deck. Ground foul.
Well, the Giants' first look at Corey Seager, and they have to be impressed with what they've seen with his bat. He got a nice swing.
One ball and 1 strike. Both cheeks into that one, 1 and 2.
Yes, he did. He was on it. thing, he has not got him off his back leg. I mean, lots of good balance in these swings.
Got him. And the wily old veteran wins the battle. 2-2 tie. /dynamic deal. So we do have some Dodger players that have moved around in a 2-2 tie here in the bottom of the 10th. Ellis will do the catching. Turner's at first. So Nicasio stays in the game. He's facing Trevor Brown, and Brown fouls it out of play. Rollins is now the shortstop. Seager, who was at short, moves to third. So those are your changes.
Trevor Brown with 3 good at bats tonight. Couple of knocks. The one out he hit was a bullet to left.
Foul back. A double off of Greinke to knock in 2 runs. Gave the Giants an early lead.
That was a 2-strike at bat, going the opposite gap, getting it past Ethier. Giants would take that 2-0 lead.
Very high, 1-2.
Pretty much fastball slider is all we've seen from Nicasio. Avalon, the left-hander. Yimi Garcia, the right-hander. Alejandro De Aza has come out on deck for the Giants.
2-2. Brown patiently waiting on Nicasio. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count.
Good bat. Every bat this guy's had tonight has been dialed.
And the payoff. Foul. Brown breaks his bat. If that's a fair ball, it's caught. Seager's guarding the line.
Ball due to third base tonight. Michael Harrington finally got a little action down there. Here's Michael.
Should be the 8th pitch coming up.
Great at bat.
That is a good at bat. He didn't start out 0-2.
And Nicasio upset.
So Kevin Frandsen is going to hit.
And now it's up to Bruce Bochy as to how he wants to play it. With Frandsen, it's a number of options because he is a good bat control guy. You can hit and run with him. And of course you can put the bunt on, which is what we're expecting to happen. The Dodgers are expecting it to happen. They're going to play against it defensively with Seager coming in on the grass.
I would think that that would be the logical choice.
Bunt should go down the first base line.
And much like the Dodgers like to do at the very last second, they like to pop somebody out of the dugout and have a little bit of a meeting.
Talking about where we're going to throw it, what we're going to do, how we're going to defend against it, how we're going to pitch to it. It is rally cap time. But I think just looking at that guy, that's pretty much how he rolls every day.
I think this guy's in the rally mode 24/7.
I agree.
So Frandsen. It's not always an easy spot. Come off the bench to bunt. Been there. How about that?
Makes it look easy, and he does it on 1 pitch. And that feeds the momentum of the inning.
Right out of bed. Right out of bed.
Not a problem.
So here's Pagan. Pagan is 1 for 4, and Pagan against Nicasio is 4 for 12.
The best assist arm for the Dodgers is in right field with Andre Ether. He's got 6 assists on the year, and that leads the Dodgers.
Swing.
Fastball inside corner. Remember Brown, don't let the fact that he's a catcher fool you. He's got pretty good speed at second.
He does. He runs pretty good. Left center field hit well, and Hernandez Kiki Hernandez runs it down. Nice play. So Pagan hit it well.
Now, Kike Hernandez has got good range, good lateral movement left and right. He had a nice jump on this, and this ball was slicing away from him. And Pagan barrels it. There's the slice away, and he's thinking maybe I can throw a cross body and get that guy at second. To no avail.
So this is going to bring Don Mattingly out, and we're going to see a lefty. So we got a new pitcher coming in. It's 2-2. We'll be back. .6:30 is the pregame live, and then we'll have the game for you right at the top of the hour right here on CSN Bay Area. Say Hey Tuesday is back, and it's live from Willie Mays Plaza. And it's 2-2 ball game.
Luis Avilan, the new pitcher now for the Dodgers, 72nd time he's come in. He's had a solid season, 48 strikeouts, 52 in the third. You're going to see low to mid-90s with the fastball. The over 2 and 4 seam the fastball. He's got a curveball and a changeup. And these guys are big Jarrett Parker fans.
On the ground, Rollins got him, and that'll end the inning. 11th inning coming up.
second time that Sergio Romo has come into a ballgame this year. 68 strikeouts in 54 innings against just 9 walks. For Romo, 2 types of fastball, 4-seam, 2-seam, big slider, hard no-dot slider, and a changeup. He'll use that changeup, 2-seam fastball a lot against left-handed hitters. And he's going to see one.
It'll be Scott Schebler, the pinch hitter. So here's Schebler. No balls and 1 strike.
So opens him up with a changeup. Schebler, a first ball fastball hitter, so they stayed away from that tendency.
And a base hit up the middle. So that's going to get Strickland going. It's Turner, a right-handed hitter. Turner takes low. Ethier is on deck. And a strike. There's that high strike we've seen all night.
Definitely a pitcher strike. Well, a nice job of wrapping around that outside corner with the 2-seam fastball. And we have started to see Romo do that a little bit more with right-handed hitters, throw the 2-seamer and try and take out that outside corner. And in doing so, I mean, it really does enhance the slider. And he wants to throw that slider to righties. It's always been his bread and butter.
Down low.
If you're going to pitch for ground balls, his best pitch to get a ground ball is that 2-seam fastball. Baez and Jansen. The score stays tied. You'll see Baez. If the Dodgers take the lead, you'll see Jansen.
That's pulled behind Ron Renicky, and it's now 2-2. Turner against Romo, 1 for 5 in his career. And Romo a soft toss to first. It's been a 2-2 game since the Dodgers tied it up in the 9th. Tomlinson should corral this one. 1 out. And here's Ethier. Ethier hit a double in the second. Utley to follow. And this is a line drive, and Pagan's got to play it on a hop.
And they had doubles defense set up. And Pagan was playing very deep in center field. And Ethier just took advantage of it. But the good news is they keep the runner at second base.
So Bruce Bochy's coming out and Strickland's coming in. Utley's going to be the hitter. So Strickland, Utley, that's your matchup. And we'll be back. We play Sergio Romo.
And this is the year that Strickland has had 54 games, 2-3 with a 2.54 ERA, 5-to-1 strikeout walk ratio, strikeout an inning, 2 types of fastball, hard slider, and split.
Utley late, no balls and 1 strike.
Right out of bed, 98 miles an hour on the hands. So Utley stepping out thinking, I need to crank it up a bit.
High, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Seats are hard to find in the dugouts.
One ball and 1 strike. One and 2.
Oh, that's nasty right there. That's 98, a perfect location on the outside corner at the knees. 3 pitches, 3 fastball, and this is right through the glove. Good luck with that. That's when you tip your cap on.
Oh, there again.
Just be happy it's not the 3rd strike. Just to put outside. Bruce Bochy. See the little frame job here by Trevor Brown to try and tuck it back into the strike zone. Paul Mallard, the plate umpire, not biting.
Four, 6-3. And that'll end the inning. He's got his glove, he's got his t-shirt, he's got the rally cap on. That, folks, is the whole package.
Yeah, I want to party with those two guys.
It's a 2-2 ball game.
New pitcher now for the Dodgers will be Pedro Baez. 49 times he's come in. 59 strikeouts and 48 2/3. What's new? Just about everybody coming out of that Dodger bullpen has a strikeout or more per inning, and he's got great stuff. You're going to see mid to high 90s with the fastball, hard slider, and a changeup. He's allowed 4 home runs in 48 2/3, and he's going to take on the heart of the Giants lineup.
What an education for that kid on the left, huh?
Well, Trevor Brown has really passed a lot of tests very early.
Including, make sure you paint your fingers when Peavy's pitching.
That's right. Take out the game signs.
So here's Duffy. Duffy facing Baez. Duffy's 0 for 3 tonight. On the ground into the hole and a base hit. Just like that, the Giants have the potential winning run at first base.
Duffy not waiting around. You're looking for a first pitch fastball. Gets it right over the dish. And that'll tighten up your game face.
So here's Buster Posey. Yep, that way. Posey 2 for 3 lifetime against Baez. Anybody that throws very hard, Posey's numbers are usually pretty good against them. Low, 1 ball and no strikes.
1 to measure. Always advantage to a hitter. Puts you that first fastball, you see the movement, you gauge the speed, and you have a 1-0 count. check the runner. Duffy is a threat to steal. He has 11 steals on the year. He has not been thrown out one time all year.
Swing. And a miss. 1 ball and 1 strike.
There's a challenge. 97-mile-an-hour fastball on a 1-0 count. He throws it right through Posey.
See the way the defense is set up. Pretty good hole between Turner and Utley. Two balls and 1 strike.
Yimi Garcia. J.P. Howe, the lefty.
Tap towards the hole. Seager gets 1 there, and that's it.
And you can credit that to Matt Duffy. Breaking up that pair.
So here's Crawford, and here comes Don Mattingly. So he's going to make a change. So it's going to be the lefty, J.P. Howe, when we come back.
The pitcher now for the Dodgers will be J.P. Howe. You'll see sinkers, cutters, curveballs, changeup, a lot of movement. And he's unique in it. He's a left-handed sinker baller. It's a lot of balls on the ground, and he can also get a strikeout. And that's why he is a commodity. 39 strikeouts against 14 walks, 47 innings.
And a strike to Crawford. And he hit his first time up. He's 1 for 3. One ball and 1 strike with Marlon Byrd on deck. The way it is in September with all the bodies, it may be that J.P. Hall is going to face one hitter.
Do not have great speed at first base with Posey.
Get on the ground. Turner's got one there. And they called him out.
Now, Billy Hayes, first base coach for the Giants, just gave Bochy the sign. You better take a look at this one. And they will. Ron Boulders talking to Sean Dunston and Chad Chop.
You got him.
Yep, they got him.
So that'll go 3-6-1 and a nice double play. And we will head to the 12th. It's 2-2.
And you have the opportunity to win special prizes like tickets on Virgin America, Levi's $501 gift certificate, Chevron gas, and much, much more. Plus, one lucky fan is going to win the grand prize, a 2016 Toyota Tacoma SR5 V6 double cab. Ha! Be sure to be in your seats by 11:30 for all the festivities. Go to sfgiants.com for tickets.
Triple cab is awesome.
Really?
Yeah. So here's A.J. Ellis. He'll bat for the first time facing Hunter Strickland. And a strike, and it's 0-1. There's Giano and then Hernandez. This is the second hitter that Strickland will face. He got Utley to hit into a double play. Breaking ball down low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bumgarner tomorrow. Kershaw tomorrow. Although you might see him tonight yet. Look out.
Heads up. Not a problem. You got a man there.
Look out. 2-2.
A bit of an overthrow there. He kind of flew the front side, dragged the arm. Yeah, no pitcher likes that. Strickland took a long time, and finally Ellis bails out on him. That was a late give of a timeout from an umpire. And that 98-mile-an-hour fastball, Ellis was on it.
Two and two. Out of play.
Been all fastballs in this sequence. Extra innings, late September, fight to hold your concentration.
Two and two to Ellis.
Giants in a must-win situation.
And another foul back.
Two and two to A.J. Ellis. Out of play, threw him a breaking ball. So Ellis hanging in there pretty good with some pretty good licks.
Yeah, he's not taking swings like he's hitting 227. Those swings have been pretty healthy. Goals just waiting around for dinner.
No swing, it's 3 and 2. So Ellis has worked it to 3 balls and 2 strikes. Center field. Pagan on the move, and Pagan will make the catch.
Tell you what, that's pretty good at bat right there from A.J. Ellis. And Pagan wound up having to get out to the warning track in center field. Send him back to the dugout. Good battle right there. That's a 10-pitch at bat. And this is how it ends. Pagan going into the warning track. Not a problem. Sweet spot. Take a bow. Yeah, that's our guy tonight.
Good. So here's Ruggiano. And he skies it out to Marlon Bird.
Well, that was a lot less stressful than the at-bat to A.J. Ellis.
It really was. So here's Kiki Hernandez.
And he will come out of his shoes on the first pitch.
I would think so.
Jimmy Garcia on the left, Kenley Jansen on the right. It's the second time that Jansen's been up tonight.
Hernandez saw one pitch and knocked a single into left field in his only other at bat. It was off of see it. Here he shoots this one, and Crawford can't get it. It's under his glove. And it rolls into center field. So Rollins is going to hit with Hernandez at first. And Affeld's going to get up.
He is the last left-hander for the Giants in their bullpen. They had 3 lefties to start the game. Oh, this really is a steal situation for Kike Hernandez. And I think Trevor Brown's going to come out and talk about that very thing with Strickland. Just say, be a little quick. This guy at first base will steal. Make sure he's stopped before you come to me.
So Rollins steps in and popped out in the 10th. High and wide, 1-0.
George Contos heading down the Giants bullpen. He'll join Jeremy Affeldt.
There's a bunt. Strickland, Posey digs it out, got him. What a nice play. Now they're going to maybe take a look at this. So that's it. So that's going to do it. Nice play by Strickland and Posey. Giants are coming up in the bottom of the 12. 2-2 tie.
Three-two swing of the bat, and Trevor Brown knocks in 2. That gives the Giants a 2-0 lead. And then in the 3rd inning, with 2 outs, runner at second, Corey Seager goes back up the middle, and he knocks in the first Dodger run. That made it a 2-1 ball game. Then in the 9th inning, runs the second and third, 1 out. And Andre Ethier hits a ground ball to Kelby Thomason that would score Seager, then make it a 2-2 ball game. And that's it, folks. It is 2-2. We're going to the bottom of the 12th inning. The pitcher now for the Dodgers will be the right-hander Jimmy Garcia. 57 games, 3-4 with a 3.25 ERA, and he is unique. And he's a guy who can also give you a ground ball and a strikeout. Another guy out of that Dodger bullpen with more strikeouts than innings pitched, but this guy's power sink, hard slider, and a changeup.
So Bird stands in. He is 0 for 4 tonight. And he pops the first breaking ball out of play, and it's 0-1. Swing and a miss. Another than 2.
Hard slider right there. That would definitely make you adjust your swing if you're up there in the box against a slider like that. So A.J. Ellis saying, let's throw that one again. That was fun.
On the ground towards the hole. Rollins can't come up with it. Bird's aboard.
And the one time they come inside with the fastball, Bird smothers it. So now with Garcia could throw all the ground balls, and we'll take a look at the mistake with the fastball up and get a little bit too much of the plate. Nice 2-strike at bat from Marlon Bird just under the glove of Rollins. And with Yimi Garcia's ability to throw the ball on the ground, we might see a bunt here from Tomlinson.
Strike, and it's 0-1.
And then again, maybe not. Dodgers are going to play defense against it with Seager, the third baseman. In on the grass.
Two.
Brown, get ready.
Line drive. Ethier can't get it. Bird's going to go to 3. He will make it. Tomlinson comes through, and the potential winning run is at third. How about that at bat?
Another nice 2-strike at bat. That's kind of been the theme tonight. We've seen a lot of them. Second hit of the night for Tomlinson. A fastball going right over the middle and just thinking right field the whole way. Inside outing the ball. And they can't defend against that. Bird sees he's got an opportunity to take 2 bags, and he does so easily. Uncontested over at third base.
Well, the Dodgers can't really do much of anything unless they have a meeting in the dugout, and that's what they're doing now. Brown is the hitter. Diaza is on deck. I guess they're going to bring Hernandez in from the outfield.
And they're doing this really because of the fastball that Garcia has. I mean, he's a guy that puts the ball on the ground. So in this situation, stack up your infield. For Trevor Brown, a rookie. Wasn't even on the 40-man roster until late in the year when injuries to Andrew Susac and
9 days.
Sanchez.
9 days he said he sat at home.
And doing nothing. He's just enjoying the offseason. Not on the 40-man. And guess what? Whoop, he's in the big leagues. And now he's in a game that is a must-win game for the Giants. Having the at-bat of his life.
So Kiki Hernandez is playing right near the bag at second. 1 ball and no strikes.
And he just showed him his slider. And having never had an at-bat against Garcia, that's going to be a bit of a help to see what the guy's strikeout pitch is early.
Two and 0. Bird a single, Tomlinson a single.
May have been part of the message to Garcia. Don't give him anything good to hit. If they walk him, so what?
You're going to miss. You got a ball up.
So 3 pitches, 3 sliders. The higher that slider is in the strike zone, the flatter it gets.
So it's 2-1 to Brown. Tomlinson goes. It's 3-1. Tap slowly to third, and Brown's going to be retired. And the hitter is going to be Diaza. That's a play, Mike, where if you want to go, you can go. If you're at third, because the back runner is going to end up at third base. So Manning's going to go for the left-hander. And then you might just see another pinch hitter. So we're going to take a break. So it's a 2-2 tie. Left-hander.
Adam Liberatore, the new pitcher for the Dodgers, 38th game he's come into, 2-2 with a 4.34 ERA. Liberatore's another good arm. I mean, he's mid to high 90s with his velocity. He's got a hard slider and a change up. Strike out an inning guy.
Situation now is Hernandez, the 5th infielder, is playing to the right of second base. Bird at third. Tomlinson is the runner at second. Breaking ball for a strike, and it's 0-1.
Buckled him. This is the first time that De Aza has seen Liberatore. And that first pitch had education written all over it.
Yeah, you may see it again.
I'd bet a paycheck on it, the way he took that first one.
Left field. And here comes the throw, and this game is over. Diaza with a sacrifice fly, and the Giants do what they had to do, and that's win tonight. So it took 12 innings, but the Giants win this one.
He comes back with a fastball. It's flat over the middle. You're looking for something up to get a fly ball deep enough into the outfield to score the run. And he does that very thing. An easy tag and score for Marlon Byrd. And what a gut check victory it was tonight for the Giants. And so many great two-strike at bats, just one after another. And it proved to be the difference in this ball game.
So really a nice outing for Jake Peavy and a nice outing for Zach Greinke. Both those guys ends up with no decisions, but you know, in one of these September games, you're going to see a lot of guys out of the bullpen. You're going to see a lot of pinch hitters. Some you might not even recognize. But the bottom line in this particular game is the Giants needed to win, and they did.
Well, and they beat Zach Greinke, and they haven't been able to do this. The last 7 times that he's faced the Giants, he's 7-0 and an ERA under 2. So they knew they had a large task at hand, but they answered the call. And I really think that what Jake Peavy did tonight was pretty special in regards to how this outcome was with the game. And who's down there with us?
All right, let's go to Amy G with a guest.
All right, guys, no surprise. It's one of the young guys. And Kelby, your skipper, said before today's game that what he's most impressed by with his rookies is that you're not playing like rookies. You, Trevor Brown tonight, a bunch of the guys, just talk about the effort put out there and how you're able to have so much composure in a really tense situation.
Yeah, I think, all of us have done a great job. Trevor had a great game today as well, and, Parker's been incredible in Oakland. It was unbelievable, and I think, just come up and try to keep doing what we've been doing to get to this point, and, just try to compete as best as we can and give everything we have.
Take us through the 12th inning. Bird gets you started there, and you came through with a really big at-bat. Just your mindset going into your AB.
Bird did a great job of getting on. He threw him a lot of tough sliders, and, I saw that coming on up to the plate, and I was, kind of had that in my head that he might throw sliders, but he kept throwing me fastballs in, and, somehow I was lucky enough to just react because I wasn't, sure really what he was going to throw me there. I was just trying to just compete and see a pitch and hope for the best, and luckily I got enough wood on it, and Bird did a great job base trying to get into third, and then, obviously, De Aza got him in.
Mike Krukow said before the game that a key to this win, if you get a win, is going to be defense. And your defense was stellar tonight. How much do you pride yourself on your defense, and how much of a game changer can it be?
Yeah, defense is huge. I think it's one of the things that gets overrated. There's all these stats about hitting and stuff, and defense often gets overlooked. But it's something I've always tried to pride myself on. Even growing up, defense was my favorite, and I just loved always trying to do defensive stuff and make good plays. And something I've prided myself on, coming up my whole career.
Zach Greinke is in discussions to win the Cy Young Award, the NL Cy Young. What were the rookies talking about today before the game, going up against him for the first time?
I didn't get to really talk with the other rookies. Just kind of came up with my own game plan on my own, and he kind of pitched me away last time with the fastballs and sliders, and we used his curveball to try to get back in the count if he went behind. But he made some pretty good pitches, and he pitched really well today, like he usually does.
Last one I want to ask you about. We talked about Trevor Brown, but how about his battery mate, Jake Peavy? And one of the things that the guys were saying before the game is they were really glad to have Peavy on the mound for Game 1 because you guys can feed off of his energy.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, man. He's ready to go and compete. Just any little play, man, he's fired up, and he just loves this game, loves to play it, and loves to try to win and give it everything he has. And I think everybody feeds off of that, and it's a lot of fun to play behind him.
I think he gave you that's what I'm talking about. All right, thank you so much, Kelby, Dwayne, and Mike. Let's get it up to you.
All right, Amy, and thanks to Kelby Tomlinson. And really, you just cannot not talk about the play that Utley or that Ethier knocked the tying run in. If Tomlinson doesn't make that play, they have the lead. Yeah. So all in all, he just played a terrific game at second base.
Just a gut check victory. There's no other way to describe this. They come into this game a true must-win scenario, and the Dodgers aren't going to beat themselves. They're a confident team, especially when they have Zach Greinke out there, especially when they have Clayton Kershaw out there. They had this aura of invincibility about them. Why would, if you look at what Greinke has done against the Giants in the last 7 starts, 7-0, ZRA under 2. He has been unbeatable. Tonight, the Giants found a way, and I think the guy that paced that feeling for the Giants, Jake Peavy, he was sensational. But the support that he got with the gloves, I mean, they always talk about how he energizes them. Their defense tonight energized him, and big win.
Giants are now 7-0 here at AT&T Park against the Dodgers. Final score, Giants 3, Dodgers 2. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. Esurance Giants postgame live with interviews, and the wrap starts right now.